Big up, big up. Happy Saturday morning to everybody in the world. Here in Cali, it is 6 in the morning. Your boy is ready to fly. Been testing X-Plane. Trying to do this all day if possible. X-Plane, X-Plane. No need to explain, X-Plane. You know what I'm saying? Capital G, capital O, capital D. Thank you for waking me up. Blessing me with another day. Big shout out to wifey at work. She left early this morning. And kids are snug as a bug sleeping, so big shout out to them. Big shout out to you guys. So we're going to try this X-Plane thing. We are flying the Toliss A340-600 domestically. A software company from San Francisco has chartered this thing to make a couple of routes today. So hopefully that goes well. First route will be from San Francisco International to Salt Lake City. Okay, they're going to be shifting passengers. It's a company that's nationwide, different locations. They're having their annual Christmas party get-togethers, exec meetings. So they are chartering this thing because they have the bucks, and we have the logistical prowess to get them where they need to go. All right, sorry about all this loud noise. Let's get on here. Famous X-Plane situation here where, you know, a lot of flashing lights in here. Okay, let's verify everything is cold and dark, which it is. Looking good there. Let me make sure my levers are all good to go there. They are. Got my Airbus TCAs. All right, so let's go ahead and make sure we got some power on the bird, which we already have AP on. So let's go get some batteries on here. Okay, we're going to arm the emergency light as well as nav and logo, and we'll go ahead and turn the crew oxygen supply on. And as far as our passenger signs, the only thing we're going to do right now is no smoking to auto, up to the IRSs, all three into the nav mode, of course. Displays will start coming alive here. See if we can't get this thing moved up over here. Here, let's try this side over here. There we go, makes it easier. All right, so we got IRS online in 7 minutes, which is cool. Okay, we've definitely got a good active database there. Alright, San Francisco, Salt Lake City. Okay, let's go ahead and go here, and we want to align on reference, and we're going to confirm that aligning. We are Delta Airlines 318 Heavy. Several destinations today, so we cannot confirm nor deny the exact full service. Alright, and we are rocking for this first leg. Company has given us 266 passengers plus the flight crew cabin. Briefing preview here. Cost index is 75. I'm not going to show you guys the sim briefs. You guys are get the charts, but I don't need to put that up. You guys already know what's up. Cruising altitude is 41,000 feet. So we're going up nice and high, and then we'll come over and get the weights and all that stuff here shortly. So let's load the plane. We can do that now before we get our PACX going. So we're going to come here to this this screen here, and let's go here to loading performance. We got 266 packs, which is okay to have that number. It's a chartered plane, so Alright. I wish they would make it so difficult. I wish you could just type the number in there. Cargo, we are gonna have 1,800 kilograms of cargo. Kind of makes sense for this charter situation. So let's do like 15. We'll do 14 here and like 3 over here. See, it was 18. Look at that. 14 and 4. Okay, that's good. Excuse me. Fuel 22. Look how much fuel this thing can take, man. Oh, you know what? This is pounds. So let me edit my flight plan here, because it was last time I flew this, it was in kilograms. So let us make all best measures to get this thing in pounds. All right. So really, okay, and that's going to be one of those very strange computer pauses, which I have not been able to take care of. Okay, so in pounds, 49,493. 49.6 is fine. Cargo is actually 3,900 pounds. So we'll do. Let's see. Let's see if we do like 12 here. It'd be 2,700. So let's get about 2,700 over here. Okay, that's fine. 2 and 1 is 3, 6 and 2 is 8, so 3,800 pounds shy. Still have our 266 packs. 12, boom. Alright, so let's load these. Alright, and you can see right there, there's the 49,600 pounds, so that's good. So now we can come back here. Actually, I should have left that up. We're going to tab this over. And now we're going to put 49.6 for sure for the fuel, which we have that memorized. ISS screen. Alright, so these are the values that we need to get in here. We need, so 0 fuel weight is 471.4. It's 471.4 and 24.2. And there we go, 471.4 and 24.2, 49.6, that's confirmed. We do have tower on, so we probably will have ATC leaving here. We've already got our pre-departure clearance. We are going to be requesting 1 right for our departure on the night 4. And we are going to be transitioning Mogi. And then from Mogi, I believe we go right into an airway. We do. So we'll be taking Quebec 124. We're going to exit that at Sloan. Then Fleck and Utes. So let's come here and actually what we can do is come here. Let's go to our airports. And next. Alright, so they'll be boarding with that. Let's go ahead and get the airport information on here. Okay, so as it looks for a taxi, Alpha, all the way to Alpha 1 here, departure on the runway that has 8,650 feet. Then, of course, we are departing on the night 4, transition to Mogi, so let's take a look and see what that looks like. Let's get these in the night charts here, easier on the eyes. Alright, so you can see here, we're going to be coming off runway 01 right. We'll be direct mid-bay. We need to be above 520 feet. Left turn 323 here to Hush. And then on to night. And let's make sure that that looks good. Mid-bay, Hush, night. Okay, the original departure's looking good. Then there's Sloan. Let's also come here and we can pretty much get rid of San Francisco now. We can search. Salt Lake City. Right now, due to the weather, we have 16 left anticipated. And we'll be parking somewhere over here. Arrival is on the Utes 1 with the Fleck transition onto the here onto the arrival, and you can see here we're going to come for 16 left, which is here, so we'll be downwind on a heading of 347 here before we do our right base and right to final. So with that being said, I checked the weather. The weather looks really good for this flight. So we won't need any cat there. So we'll take iron. So obviously we'll be downwind and we'll take iron. Or if we're closer in, we can come here and pull it in. We'll see. We'll see how much time we need. I'll fly the full approach from the initial approach fix if necessary. So there's that. So we have that planned up. So let's get right into our arrival information, folks. We're doing 16 left. Star is the Utes 1. We are going to be transitioning onto the approach at Iran. And Fleck is our transition onto the standard terminal arrival. Let's go ahead and insert that. Let's get rid of this here, this continuity. And bada bing, bada boom. We should get a vectors towards the end, which is this. And then we'll have our transition, so we can still, it won't let us get rid of this because this is not connected. So there we go. Now we can come in here to perf, now that we know what runway we're dealing with, and then we'll start getting ATIS and stuff like that. So let's come back into the Toliss ISS screen so we can calculate. And we're not going to use toga thrust. We'll see what flaps 2 gets us here. 149, 149, 154. Flex temp is 71. So let's get this in here. Alright, we're taking off flaps 2, and we need to be up 2.9 as far as the trims are concerned. Flex temp is 71. Now if it says it's out of tolerance or something, that just means we got to do a toga. So toga, okay, if we do toga 146, 146, 154, let's change that up, and we got to turn packs off before we depart. And that's just simply because the aircraft needs to reduce its power output to the rest of the aircraft so it can focus on that full takeoff energy. Flaps 2.9, packs off, no flex temperature, so we will not be putting a flex temperature in there, folks. Let's go ahead and review our departure now. Okay, top altitude for this departure is 19,000 feet. However, my friends, we only have San Francisco Tower on. So let's make our altitude. Here, I'll just start turning. Let's get that on for you guys. Check the stream out, make sure we're actually still streaming good. Hey, green lights in the house, man. What's up? Just woke up and looked to see. Unexpected pleasure to see you streaming this morning. Hey, what's up, Green? Shipped a box too, Dre. How'd you get this? How do you get into flight sim? I think you have to have a inclination and a propensity to want to fly first, and then everything else comes in from there. So that's kind of how I got into it. We'll get the ATIS here in a second, guys. Alright, so we're going to be using our Honeycomb here. We're going to be going up to flight level 410. And everything else looks good there. Flight directors are already on. We are on the arc on both sides, which is copacetic. Let's go ahead and get you guys some weather now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard. This is your flight attendant. At this time, please be sure to make sure all large carry-on items are in the overhead bins and your small items
3355 is our squawk, so let's get that in there real quick.
Please don't hesitate to let a flight attendant know, and we would be happy to help you. If the overhead bin is full, please make sure you close it as a courtesy to other passengers. Please double check that all your items are put away so that the aisle is clear and other passengers can make their way to their seats. If you're in an emergency exit row, please read the exit seating responsibilities in the card in the seat back in front of you. If you're not able to comply with these actions, please let a flight attendant know.
So winds are good, 050 knots, so we're pretty much going to be getting a headwind. Temperature 7, dew points 5, altimeter is 3004.
Electronic devices are stowed once we depart from the gate. Thank you and welcome aboard.
Alright, 3004, and finally 3004 across the board. Perfect. Let's go ahead and get doors closed. I like to close them all. I don't like the auto feature. I like for me to control the door. I don't want the aircraft telling me when it's going to open up its doors. Alright. We'll also come right here to the door feature and recognize that all doors are in fact closed. And then we can come and put it on the engine for our engine start here shortly. Actually, I'm lying to you. Let's get it on to APU screen. And let's go ahead and start the APU. Alright. You know what time it is now, guys. Time to stop la música. And it is time for APU start. So first and foremost, we are Gonna work some fuel pumps here. Let's get main 1 standby. Aft transfer. Main 2, it's standby. Aft transfer. Left tank. Left side. Okay. You start. Now we'll go to the left transfer here. Then we'll go right side, right transfer, and start working the issue. Main. Boom. Boom. And boom. And let's get that APU battery on. Okay. APU exhaust gas temperatures are on the up. The fan on the APU is on the rise. The APU flap in the rear is open so that the can exhaust out. And here shortly we'll be getting bleeds on. Alright, let's start our scan. Top left, ADIRs, IRSs are all on. We could have done our APU fire test, we didn't. What I'm basically checking for in this case is no lights and alerts. Emergency electric power is all good, no lights and alerts. GPWS for our callouts, terrain system, modes all darked out. Flight recorder, oxygen, darked out. All of our calls, of course, are looking good. Let's go ahead and give a little call there. Now moving over to our external lights, we can go ahead and turn our beacon on because the aircraft will be coming alive soon. Anti-ice not necessary. Packs and the off position APU is available. We're going to go ahead and put our APU bleed on. Right now all of our electric generators are off because the engines are off. Batteries are on. Battery 1 is the one being used. APU battery is also on. And the galley, commercial, and LMU buses are all tied up. Moving up, all of our fuel pumps are on, transfers and auxiliaries. Moving even farther, hydraulics, everything is good here, no alerts. Here's our engine fire pulls. We could have also tested that. And we see that's got a good work there. We can also still test the APU even though it's on. Okay, and this would be the agent to start dispelling squibs or throwing out the fire retardant into the aircraft. And as we move up, additional oxygen resets and hydraulic resets. Engine, FADEX, ground power are all good for our FADEX start. And now we can go to the top right. We got a couple of buses up here. Moving down here, this is our comms panel, just ensuring that everything is fed down to the center console. So you can see right now we also have one of our high frequency antennas is in the data, receive data. That means you can also receive, pre-departure clearances, things of that nature. Here's our flight controls. We have everything here, primary, secondary, flight controls. The air conditioning is all set in the auto position. Cargo and smoke is looking good. So this basically, you can test this too, just to make sure it works for the cargo hold. Ventilation, we want to make sure that's good, and the engine manual start here, and we're ready to go when she is. So kind of works out perfect. Let's go ahead and get
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome aboard Flight 318 with service to Salt Lake City. Our flight time will be roughly 1
stuff
hour
going here, and minutes. Let's get our better pushback on.
Closed, please make sure that all devices are in airplane mode and your large devices are now shut down and stowed. Please fasten your seatbelt.
Ground to copy. Plan acknowledged. Call me through the menu when you are ready.
Now let's get our display set up. We'll have this display on what's happening very close to us, and we'll have this display on the further one. And now finally, folks, let's do the last thing, since let's actually come up here and make this happen. Okay, APU is on. Let's go ahead Get rid of all that external power, of course, and get rid of chocks. APU's off and chocks off. Doing good, guys. Never mind, just heard what? Oh, what's the route today? Never mind, just heard route from cabin announcement. Hello. First route, my G, is San Francisco to Salt Lake City, and then we'll do that leg, and we'll see if we can get to the next leg. After that, let's see what my man is doing outside. You know what? I think I pre-planned it. I don't think I started it, so.
Grounded cockpit. Tow is driving up.
Let's make sure we see a tow. It's probably going to come out of the building or something. Okay, here it is right here. It's probably going to pop right through the building. Boom. There it goes. But the cool thing is we want it at least driving up. Alright, and finally, because we are going to push, we want to get our frequencies where they need to be. Let's just switch this one over.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
Alright, 1205, ATIS is 18850. Boom, there's the ATIS.
International Airport ATIS information November.
So we got
1356 Zulu. Wear 0 at 4. Visibility 10. Few clouds at 900. Shift 7. 2.5. Altimeter 3004. ILS runway 28. Right approach in use. Landing runway 28 right.
405 heavy.
Departing runway 1 left.
Connected and bypass point is status. Please continue.
Taxiway Foxtrot closed between runway 28 left hand. Taxiway
Hopefully,
FWO. Taxiway closed between runway 28 left hand.
You silly green, man. I'm just chilling with you, dog.
Advise on initial contact. You have information November.
Okay, guys.
San Francisco International Airport ATIS information November. 1356 Zulu. Web 040 at 4.
Alright, we'll keep that on, and we're at stand 48. Good morning, San Francisco Tower, Delta 318 Heavy here at stand 48 is requesting a straight back push onto Alpha, and we do have information November aboard.
Delta 318 San Francisco Tower, good morning. Push and start onto taxiway Alpha is approved. Advise run ready for taxi.
Okay, push on Alpha is approved. We'll advise ready for taxi, and we are requesting runway 01 right for our departure today.
Yes, sir. Delta 318 Heavy, you can expect runway 1 right for departure.
Okay, thanks a lot. Talk to you in a second after our push to start. Alright, so we've got that all squared away. Let's go ahead and reconfirm our lighting system here. Beacon is on. Nav and logo. Let's come here before push. Checklist. Okay, load sheet. We've checked and advised. Takeoff data has been checked. MCDU takeoff data is in. We did actually do the APU fire test.
045 runway.
APU master and all that's on. We got rid of the external power. APU bleeds are on. External power is off. Pushback startup clearance. We just obtained it. Nose wheel steering is disconnected. Doors and windows. Beacon is on. Thrust levers are idle. Parking brake. Accumulator pressure. It's going to be checked, and that'll be here. So you can see the brakes. There is accumulator pressure here. This is where the parking brake, and this is the pressurized system here that we have to pay attention to, man. And the parking brake is required. Okay, checklist is complete. Parking brake is off. The
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
And we'll do just that. So, welcome aboard, guys. Flight Delta 318 Heavy charter service. First stop is Salt Lake City. APU bleed is on. Master start. Of course, it's already been done, or we wouldn't have an APU. Vertical ignition. We're gonna pull up our engine panel here. And actually, we can literally just take this off, and it'll be on the engine panel, which is a good thing. And ignition is start on, and calling out starting engine number 4. You can see N2 fan is on the rise.
We suggest that you keep your seatbelt fastened throughout the flight, as we may experience unexpected turbulence. There are several emergency exits on this aircraft. Please take a few moments now to
Cessna 53045. Will you need engine run-up prior to departure?
If we need to evacuate the aircraft, floor level lighting will
We're
guide
going to be waiting for some availability here.
In the event that the cabin loses
Cessna
pressure,
53045, no problem, sir. Just eyes when ready for departure.
Pull the mask towards you. Place it firmly over your nose and mouth and secure the elastic band behind your head. Tighten the straps if necessary and breathe normally.
Operation complete. Go ahead and set the parking brake.
If you are traveling with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your mask first and then
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
on until a member of the crew advises
See the rest of our Delta fleet there. Looks like we've got a 767 there.
To take us for a swim, a fashionable life vest is located in a pouch under your seat or between the armrests. When instructed to do so,
Okay, we just heard it connect, and we've got availability on 4, calling out starting 3.
Wrap the straps around your waist and buckle at the front. Pull the strap to tighten. To inflate the vest, pull firmly on the red cord only when exiting the aircraft. If your life vest does not inflate automatically, blow into the mouthpieces for manual inflation. Each vest is equipped with a whistle and light. If necessary,
Alright, you can see 2 is on the move, and 2 is continuing to rise.
Securely stow your personal items. Make sure your seatbelts are fastened and seat backs and tray tables are in their full upright position. We remind you that this is a non-smoking flight. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the smoke detectors located in the lavatories is prohibited by law. All of this information
Tow is disconnected and bypass bin has been removed. Hand signal on the left. We'll see you next time and have fun up there.
Thank you for flying with us again, and we hope you enjoy your flight.
RTO is on because we have one good generator connected, and we're just waiting for the second here. Okay, you just heard the click, the changeover from that engine, and then we'll wait for it to say available. And there it is. It's calling out starting engine number 2. And while that's happening, let's go ahead and get our weather system all squared away here. Get that to auto, auto, auto. Boom, boom, boom. Looking good. So that when we get in the air, we will have data being transferred to us regarding the weather once we get off the terrain there. 3004 across the board. Information November is current. Rejected takeoff has been armed. We can also arm our speed brakes there, or auto spoilers if you will. And we're looking for availability on engine number 2. And you can see that N1 is just coming up. And right at about 17.8. There we go. There's that. Now we can really start engine number 1. Engine number 1. Looking good. N2 will be on the rise here shortly. We've got our oil pressure coming up. And there's the N2.
Closed traffic. Runway 28 right. Wind 040 at 4. Runway 28 right, intersection Echo.
Alright, now that that engine's coming up, we can go ahead and set flaps 2. And you also want to just peek up here and make sure there's no additional alerts or alarms coming off. Hydraulics are looking good. We're waiting for availability on engine number 1. And then once we do, ignitions will come to the off position. Okay, we got to get spread down here. And numbers are continuing to finish up here on our start. All numbers are looking good. They're in the green. It's available. Now we can put the ignition into the norm. Flight controls. We need 2.9 up. This aircraft sets it automatically, which is one of the good things here. 49,260 on the fuel because of our start. And let's do our checks here. Full up. Pull down. Aileron left. Aileron right. Neutral. Rudder right. Rudder left. And neutral. That's looking good. And flight controls check is complete. Okay, takeoff configuration. And we'll get this on wheels, of course. And, of course, signs to auto. APU bleed can come off. APU can come off. Alright. After start, engine selector norm, APU bleed off, ground spoilers are armed, rudder trim zeroed out, flaps are set, pitch trim's been checked, ECAM status looks good, engine anti-ice is required, it's off, wind anti-ice is going to be off, APU master, we turned that off, ECAM door and all slides are armed, that's correct, nose wheel steering is disconnected, check not displayed, clear to disconnect announced, perfect, and taxi of course. And for our taxi guys, we're going to do nose, well, they want the one click.
Cessna 53045, wind 040 at 4.
Alright, wing beacon, blah 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 blah, looking good there.
Runway 28
And then of course,
the option, Cessna 045.
we can get the taxi camera on, it's very dark. And boom, taxi clearance, we're about to obtain that. And San Francisco ground, good morning once again, Delta 318 Heavy pushed and started back from stand 48's ready to taxi to runway 01 right.
Delta 318 Heavy, San Francisco Tower, runway 1 right, taxi via Alpha and Alpha 1.
Runway 1 right, Alpha Alpha 1, Delta 318 Heavy. Alright. Boom, flight controls we checked, ATC clearance is good. Takeoff data, we've already checked and reconfirmed that. And FMA's been checked, flight instruments we checked, weather radar is on along with the PWS, ATC code mode. Set for takeoff, terrain on ND, which we did, auto brake is armed, cabin report received, they said they're ready for takeoff, and we'll do the takeoff config test right now. Alright, so, brakes off. And takeoff config is normal. We're out to the left here, guys. Welcome aboard.
Cessna 206, my aircraft just have some problems, so we are ready for pushback now.
China Southern 306 Heavy, San Francisco Tower, welcome back. Your clearance remains unchanged, but please squawk 3262.
Squawk 3262, China Southern 306
cabin lights
Heavy.
will be dimmed for departure and landing. If you require additional lighting, there's a reading light on the panel above you.
China Southern 306 Heavy, thank you. And push and start is approved. Advise when ready for taxi at spot 2.
Pushback is set up, approved, reported for taxi, China Southern 306 Heavy.
So guys, it's going to be a beautiful sunrise departure here, so I hope you guys enjoy this with the X-plane lighting. We're going to continue on Alpha here. Just got to be extremely careful with this aircraft because you don't want to make your turns. This turn would be fine to make it a little bit higher speed, but still got to be very cautious here. Okay, you can see that backblast area for runway 01 left, but we are essentially never on the runway. This is a bypass to get to 1 right, of course.
Delta 318 Heavy, runway 1 right, line up and wait.
Runway 1 right, line up and wait, Delta 318 Heavy.
Cessna 53045, if you could please start your right crosswind turn.
Right crosswind now, Cessna 045.
Alright, so as we make this turn, we're going to get all our juices on. We'll make this turn, then a right, and then another left for the runway.
Cessna 53045, extend your downwind. I'll call your base. I have a heavy A340 departing the crossing runway.
Roger, extend downwind. You'll call our base for Cessna 045. Thanks.
Delta 318 Heavy, traffic is a Cessna 172 in the right downwind for the crossing runway. RNAV mid-bay, wind 040 at 4, runway 1 right, cleared for takeoff.
Okay, we'll keep an eye out for traffic. RNAV to mid-bay, runway 1 right, clear for takeoff, Delta 318 Heavy. Okay, there's that aircraft there. Just because of the workload, we're not going to be running the other checklists, obviously. All right. Camera's off. And we're doing full toga. Chronometer started. Toga. Takeoff power is set. No alarms, no alerts. Continue with takeoff. Lining up. Airspeed is alive. 80 knots. Center line.
Cessna 53045, base turn now, your discretion.
Base turn now, my discretion.
And V1, rotate.
Cessna 53045,
Positive rate.
traffic departing the crossing runway, heavy
It's going
A340,
up.
caution wake turbulence, wind 040 at 4, runway 28 right, cleared for the option.
We have the traffic in sight. Runway 28 right, will caution, make turbulence, clear to land, runway 28
Okay, we're 1,200 feet above, 13, climbing.
Delta 318 Heavy, monitor advisory frequency now, 122.8, have a great flight.
Over to advisory 122.8. Good morning to you, and thanks for ATT services. Delta 318 Heavy, we'll see you.
You're welcome, sir. Take care.
All right, guys. We're just going to fly it up here for a second. Over to advisory we go. Rejected takeoff is off. Oops. Auto spoilers in. That's such a beautiful departure there. Alright, we got a left turn coming up here, guys. We're just going to manually fly it. Speed check flaps 1. Speed check, flaps clean. And once we get to 10,000, we'll go ahead and put the aircraft into the autopilot. That's just a freeze. Very scary freeze, but it does that, but it won't crash from my last test, so. Leo Sticks in the house, man. What is up, my G? I'm gonna read your comment in a minute, my G. Okay, guys, we're 9,500. And I think it's a safe bet to get our autopilot on. Autopilot's connected right on flight directors, guys. 10,000 feet.
Gentlemen, we have now passed 10,000 feet. You may turn on
Alright, projected takeoff is off.
This is also a reminder to please keep your seatbelt fastened throughout the duration of the flight and do not form a line.
Now we can start getting information about the aircraft as we're into our right turn. We're going to get terrain off. Weather is already on.
Offer complimentary in-flight even to our partners. Connect to the Wi-Fi and you'll be able to access our wide range of free live streams and movie library.
All right, fam bam Maruskis, we do have a nice departure out of there. Leo says, dang son, what it's like 7 over there? Would have thought this was a long haul start. Big up, my G. Hey Leo, no long haul yet with X-Plane. We better be doing some domestic stuff first. Seriously, because I will not trust us on a long haul yet. Let's just, hopefully we get through these legs today. Oh my goodness, there we go, guys. Just a beautiful aircraft. All right. Back up we go to the flight deck. Okay, now we're direct bogey. Now we're going to max this one out for the route, and we'll leave this one fairly close so that I can really tell if there's aircraft around me. Not. Guys, we got about 1,200 to go until we meet our transition. And we're 6 minutes and 18 seconds into the flight. $100 to go. Okay, standard across the board. Up to flight level 410. 42,460 pounds of fuel, looking good. And getting a tank transfer in progress. That just means the fuel tanks are keeping themselves balanced and they're pulling fuel from different cells coordinated so the fuel is being dispersed equally. You can kind of see that here and how they're distributed. So you can see this one's lower, so this one's going to dial down a little bit, then it'll be onto this one. So it kind of keeps itself balanced out, so it's transferring the fuel to the whole fuel system. Look at that, all engines are flowing 670 pounds a minute, so that's how much this thing burns, man. Alright guys, flight level 219 and climbing. Very overcast day. So if you take a look here, we've left San Francisco area here. We made our big ride over the water. Now we're heading north-northeast, getting ready to go over the Central Valley of California. We're going to be snaking past Sacktown and over the Sierra Nevadas as we get into Nevada to continue our journey. Alright, now that our workload isn't as egregious, let's just take a quick peek and see where we're at on the departure. And you can see we're here right on track to Mogi, basically on a heading of 049 as we exit the standard terminal arrival of night 4. Our nav departure. APU bleeds as required. Now the aircraft performed nicely. One thing that I didn't do is turn the packs off. Should have turned the packs off. We got to the runway, but there was not even no difference in power, so we were able to sneak away with that. Okay, MCDU is in the climb perf mode, so that's confirmed in the check. To get to flight level 41,000 feet, or flight level 410, we've got 58 miles to go. And of course, the other side, we've got the flight plan, FCU FMGS as required. Done. Veil reference, we've already set that to standard. Weather's on and check. Anti-ice as required. Landing lights were off at 10,000 feet. Seat belts as required. EFS options as required. ECAM memo we reviewed. Status, ECAM status is normal and reviewed. Nav aids clear, manually tuned. We're good there. Flight plan is required. And optimum max altitude to be checked. So the way you check that, folks, is you're going to come over here to the progress page, and it will tell you the optimal flight level is 404, but we'll be cruising, you know, essentially 1,000 feet above that for the flight plan. Anything happens, we'll go down to our optimal flight level. Back onto the flight plan, we're direct Mogi. We got that in 10 nautical miles. Now 9. And then we'll be at top of the climb. And then we'll be direct to Meccas for 113. So on and so forth. So as we get closer on our descent, if there's cloud cover in Salt Lake City, we're definitely going to be using some anti-ice to be on the safe side for our 266 passengers today. We're right at 12 minutes of flying time. And guys can now sit back and enjoy the ride. Once we get to our top of the climb, we'll be able to, once we get into the next phase to cruise, it'll tell us about our top of descent information. So for now, just sit back and relax. Enjoy our jump over to Utah, Salt Lake City. So if all goes well today, we are going to end up in St. Martin. Okay, we got a bogey. We can keep a look at him. He's about 20 to 30 miles at our 2 o'clock. 1 to 2 o'clock. Let's jump over to the first officer side and see if we can. He's pretty much going to be co-altitude here in a minute. Okay, he's slightly higher than us, about by 1,000 feet. Still no visual on this guy. Okay, he's more like in this direction. It's probably too far away. I know you guys have seen those aviation videos on Just Flight or Air Clips, where the long-haul aircraft are literally filming another long-haul aircraft over the Atlantic or Pacific, wherever they're at. Just filming how fast those things go by. It's amazing. All right. We're doing good, guys.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Dre Sanchez YouTube channel. This is his first officer in life, his wife, and I would like to extend a big thank you to all of you for flying with us today. Please remember to like, subscribe, and share, and always be courteous to other passengers on board. We appreciate all of your support and hope that you will join us each stream as we grow the channel together. Positivity and information sharing is always welcome, so please do not hesitate to add your comments in the chat. Once again, welcome aboard, and we will get you to your destination safely. Thank you.
Alright, I believe it's time for some tunes. Alright folks, we are achieving flight level 410. Engines are dialing back. EPR is looking good, not being exceeded or maxed. N1 fan is 73, 74 basically across the board. We still have 37,040 pounds of fuel on board, so now let's go ahead and do our top of descent. Is only in 295 miles. As promised, I told you it would show up at the cruise phase. And getting to the destination, we are still looking to have 24,400 pounds of fuel on the aircraft. So that's good. We're going to be passing our E-tops here at about 160 miles. Alright guys, we are making it happen.
In a few moments, we'll be starting our in-flight meal service. Please look in your seat back for our menu, and one of our crew members will stop by shortly for your order. If you'd like to order additional menu items, you may hit the flight attendant call button at any time, and we would be happy to.
Alright guys, so this is the Airbus A340. We're in the back of the cabin. You can look over here. Light deck doors over here. So you can see nice large cabin. Alright, the engines are doing something different there. Okay. We'll finish showing that. But anyway, to explain this E-tops here, let's say we had an engine out. This is the equal point where we can either continue forward to land, or it's the equal point where you can turn around and land. Obviously, there's alternates around here. Speaking of alternates, before we continue to do that, our alternate needs to be pulled up so that we can look at runway distance and all that good stuff. Okay. Let's see. It's not what we wanted. No, let's go back. That's not what I wanted. I gotta hit enter. There we are. So, Pocatello Regional elevation is 4,452, so it's a pretty high elevation landing. And the reason why you got to check this, sometimes, yeah, this, so runway's long enough where we could definitely land. And it doesn't look like the wingspan is going to be an issue because the taxiway is far enough over here, so. Let's look and see what type of approaches we have. Okay, so we've got approaches for either side of the runway, which is good. The precision would be on the southern landing, and the RNAV, which is also not a bad option, would be for runway 3 or another southern landing, so that's good. So that's our alternate. We're not going to keep these up. We just need to take a peek at it. There we go. We're going to pass Carson City, Nevada, just that quick, guys. Alright, so current Zulu time 15:14. And we've got, about 30 minutes. Our top of descent for our first leg. Alright, so according to dispatch, second leg is probably Atlanta. And third leg is going to be Princess Juliana. And hopefully, so I'm just testing the simulator basically to make sure we're good all the way till there. In the description of this stream, I did place in there that please be patient. There is definitely a possibility that, we might have some sim issues. We're praying we don't. But look how the aircraft is oscillating here. So that's why you see and hear the difference in the engines. So just kind of monitoring to see if this thing can keep its flight level secure here. And you could already see here is the transition here onto our arrival of the Use 1. Okay, so here is our first true constraint at null 250, 17,000. Let's verify that. $250, 17,000, so that's our first real constraint. Then we want to make sure Skiwa and jacks are on there, because those will literally 12,000 above jacks would be it here, and then finally 11,000 at lava. And 11,000 at lava 250. We'll be slowed down by then. And of course, Iran or iron. And this is all predicated on the idea that the weather stays the same. Alright, so I'm going to go back to the cabin really quick. Again, here we are in business class, first class, business class. And here's business class here. And we could go to the back, show you the bathrooms. Down the steps we go. And here is the latrines in green, or Leo if you guys are watching. This is the VIP entrance to the boom boom room down here. So don't you guys forget that. Then of course you want to go to the back. We're on the very aft of the aircraft here. You can see the area where all the goodies are at to keep your tummies nice and happy. Alright guys, so we got a few minutes before our top and drop. So I'll be stepping out here shortly. See what type of view we get from the first officer side. Alright, we'll leave it right there for you guys to see, and I shall be right back with you film members in a minute. pretty good here. 106 to top of descent. Excuse me. Just working here, setting the aircraft up. We're going to get the CTAF frequency 19050 for Salt Lake City. Got our advisory here. There we go. No need for that second comms. Actually, you know what? We could do there we go. We'll just have that just in case. Now let's start doing some preliminary calculations here. One 407 knots, 3027. Anti-ice, we'll say it's off. Full flaps. Winds are 7 knots. We can still do full flaps with that. Brake mode, we're going to put to 2. Reverse on. So that's good. We run here. This is the distance that's required to land, and this is the margin of basically additional runway we can use to continue to land or to do a toga, a go around basically, if we need to. So plenty of runway to make that decision. You can tell here we got a 6 knot headwind with a 3 cross. So that's a pretty good situation for a full flaps landing in this thing. So the approach speed is around 146. So we'll basically keep this in mind as we get a little closer on our descent into the airport. Okay guys, we're going to put some information in here now. So our minimums is 4431. Now if you try to put it here in decision height, it'll say entries out of range, so you're going to have to put this into the MDA here. QNH 3027. Temperature there is 2 degrees. So very cold. And winds are 140 at 7. Transition flight level 180. we have all of our stuff programmed in there now, and we can just go to our current phase here. 65 more miles to go. Let's also take a look here. Here's 16 left. We'll come back on hotel. So this is nice because it gives a visual representation on the chart of what you're looking at on final approach there. So we've got some trees, so we have some poles here, and this is really for what threats do we have. Now all of these that make sense, it didn't make sense to come here, so we didn't put this in transition. We went straight to high run, which allowed us to do an FMC, which makes sense. Because essentially we're going to be probably downwind right here, ending our Utes 1 standard terminal arrival transition, continue right downwind for runway 16 left. So depending on how we get down, how comfortable we feel, we can turn into any one of these as long as we're meeting these requirements. The weather, visibility looks good enough. We can potentially do that to get to one of these points, so not to extend the whole downwind, especially if there is really no traffic there for us to contend with. All right. Top of the sit in 35 miles. Let's make for 11,000 feet for lava. Yeah, guys, we're looking good. 29,000 pounds of fuel in there. Still estimated to have 24,500 pounds of fuel, which is more than enough. Let's look and see what our alternate is. So to fly to our alternate still requires 12,000 pounds of fuel. Our total final reserve is 19.7 or 19,000, so about 20,000 pounds, so that's good. Because if we've got to fly to PIH, I'll put it in, we'll go direct, and then we'll get everything else figured out. Let's see, secondary flight plan to Pocatello would be the Rugged 3, departure, Holter, and PIH direct. So let's check something here. Let's see how long we got to go. 17. Alright, so we'll take a look at that here in a second.
From the entire flight crew, we once again thank you for traveling with us. We will begin our descent shortly and would like to remind you to place your seats in the upright position, stow your tray tables, and surrender any trash to the flight attendants as they prepare the cabin for arrival. We would also like to remind you that your viewership is highly valuable to us and always appreciated. If you would like to increase your support of the channel, a donation link can be found in the video description, along with other ways to stay connected with the Dre Sanchez YouTube channel and this airline. We hope your flight has been pleasant and look forward to seeing you all for your future travel needs. See you on the ground.
On Unicom, surrounding traffic for Salt Lake City. Delta 318 Heavy is a Airbus A340-600, now vacated flight level 410, descending on the US-1, expecting full stop, runway 16 left. We'll keep advising on Unicom until within 20 minutes or 20 miles of Salt Lake City. Okay guys, we've started our initial descent. Okay, we're right on the set profile now. Now, finally, we are going to check. Okay, 10950, course 163. It is the India Mike Oscar Yankee. Okay, India Mike Oscar Yankee 1095164. And we've got 163, it's good. It's a deviation for X-plane probably. So we've got our course, and we've got our frequency confirmed and verified that the aircraft does in fact have what we need. Descent preparation, we checked the landing elevation, weather and landing information. We did obtain that landing conditions are confirmed. FMS preparation, we did that already. We did the approach briefing. We're going to be auto braking 2. Get that set. We've already got our descent clearance. engine and wing anti-ice, and FCU altitude, set cleared altitude, which we clearly have. I'm going to arm our spoiler there. Once we get transition level, we'll turn on our terrain radars. And going to this slight layer of clouds, I'm going to anti-ice it. So once we get into there, we'll anti-ice that. See, when I said when we get to 18,000, we'll do that part. So we still got a ways to go for that. I'm just going to monitor when we come in these clouds. So what we'll do is we'll get in here, do a replay, get ready for Atlanta. Alright, we're about to get in there. Alright, so we'll set all this stuff here. 10,000, we'll get our constraints on, which is here. And we'll get our landing system / instrument landing system set up. The radio navigation, we've already done that. And engine start selector as required. Alright, we're doing good. We're right on that vertical profile. We'll set the cross null at 17,250 knots. This magenta dot here represents our decel. On Honeycomb, Salt Lake City traffic, Delta 318 heavies, out of flight level 242, descending on the US-1. Currently direct to null for 36 nautical miles. We'll be transitioning for runway 16 left full stop. Alright, so auto brake to 2. Once again, let's review that landing information. Brake mode 2, flaps will be full. Again, here's the ATIS. And one thing to note here, the temperature is 2, the dew point's -3. There's a 5-degree difference, which again could make for some haze at the field. And we actually went through the clouds, no anti-icing was necessary. Alright, that's one of our whatever type of freeze there. And for the next few thousand feet, I'm going to go throw on the, I believe I just want to throw on the anti-ice anyway, just to be on the same side, the safe side. So let's, the probe window heat's going to go to auto. Let's get wing on. And let's just defrost that just to be on the safe side. Now, as I was looking down, it looked like we were going to go through some clouds. So again, I'm just defrosting it just to be on the safe side. You can see there's no precipitation here, so icing won't be a factor, but we're just going to, you know, the next 5,000 feet or so, leave, or maybe even down to 10, leave that anti-icing on. Now in real life, would you do that? No, you'd be following the POH and the company procedures. But my company procedure is to do it this way, just to be on the safe side. Fort 13 VU, I wonder what that is. I see something right here. Alright guys, we've got about 1,100 feet to go to transition. You can see between this ring and this ring, that'll put us to 20 miles. Altimeters are set, we're at transition. Getting our terrains on. Terrain on ND, ECAM status, we'll check that. ECAM status is checked, it's normal. And then here we've got Landing lights on at 10,000 feet. Now the landing elevation is significantly higher in Salt Lake City. So we'll have to really look at the above ground to determine what our 10,000 feet would be. I like to turn it on 10,000 feet above ground for my own procedure. So landing elevation is 4,431 feet. So essentially, we'll say at 14.5, we're about 10,000 feet above the ground, which, you know, obviously is different than MSL or mean sea level, which is what our altimeters work off of. Elements in the house, man. What is up, my G? Good to see you, fam bammer. Hope you're doing well. Now we'll stay 14,000 here. Nice clear day here as we get into Salt Lake. There's kind of a reference. We've got an aircraft traveling in the opposite direction there. So here's the Great Salt Lake, which is what you see right at our 1110. This is the Great Salt Lake, guys. Not quite within 20. Now you can see these rings are 10, so actually once we get here, we'll be within about 20. Alright, so let's go switch over. Make one last call on Unicom Delta 318, 17,000 on the Utes 1 direct to Squaw for 4 nautical miles. We'll be transitioning full stop 16 left. This will be repeated on the CTAF frequency for Salt Lake. Salt Lake City traffic on CTAF 19050 Delta 318 heavy Airbus A340-600 currently 17,000 on the Utes 1. We are traveling on a heading of roughly 076 Squaw overhead now. We'll be transitioning runway 16 left full stop Salt Lake. So once we get just past Utes, the aircraft will then pitch down to continue the appropriate descent glide path for runway 16 left. And that's what we're getting here. Ice not detected, that's what we want. So paranoia's coming off. And I like to leave it on until it says ice not detected for me. Personally, I've had some situations, not flying this aircraft, but another Toliss aircraft once on the East Coast, where ice happened really quick. We were able to recover the aircraft, but it was unnecessarily hairy, so now we're overprotected for icing situations. So as you can see here, this is pretty much 11,000, the last fix on the Utes 1 arrival. Let's see if we can reel that in for a better visual. Probably not. Almost, just barely. So at any rate, if we feel comfortable, well, what we'll do is we'll start descending down So on the approach, yeah, we'll shoot for 9,000. I don't want to turn, this is a large aircraft, and get slowed down and get turning fully configured, so we'll see how we feel, but we will shoot after our last fix, which will require to be at 11,000. As soon as we pass that, we'll make best concessions for 9,000. We'll start controlling the climate, the airspeed, and kind of go from there. So we'll pretty much keep this speed up until our transition off of the star, which will be here. So 347, last airspeed to note was 250 at null, so we're keeping that speed up. Then once we get here to lava, 11,000, we are definitely going to get that speed down and continue to prepare for a controlled approach for runway 16 left. So here's some of Salt Lake here. You can see the buildings off in the distance.
Gentlemen, the seatbelt sign is now turned on, so it is time to return to your seat and fasten your seatbelt. We have begun our final descent into Salt Lake City. Flight attendants will be passing through the cabin to select any track one final time. Please ensure tray tables are stowed and seats are in the full upright position. Please also store any carry-on items either in the seat back pocket or under the seat center seat. Please complete all Wi-Fi related tasks.
Okay, here's the
and
field here.
electronics.
This is the airport right here. Salt Lake City traffic, Delta 318 heavy on use 1. Now continuing the arrival and our positioning to be right downwind, runway 16 left full stop. We'll call right base, right to final, Salt Lake. Okay, we're 12,700. All right, folks, and from here, we're going to go ahead and start monitoring that speed. .230, flaps 1, it's 233. That's 1 with slats. Speed is decreasing. Alright, now we'll be descending based off of the aircraft's best judgment. Alright, so we'll hold this. We'll go 210 once we start our right base, and we'll slow that down to 180. Alright, right now nose obviously is not out, but we have our landing, runway turn-offs, and our wing light currently on for our arrival in Salt Lake City. So I'll probably turn in let's say here, I'll hit the direct. We'll go essentially right base. So V approach is 145. But we're going to be approaching, based off of this, 146. Okay, we're going to stay 9,000 to our speed here until we get slightly past. Once we get about right here, I'll call right base. Reduce that speed. And speed check, flaps 1. Okay, flaps full. As long as we're under 200 knots, we're good to go. Flaps 2, 218, which will be under as well. Alright folks, we are 100% looking good. We're going to continue up just slightly and then we'll go direct. Call right base and right to final. Okay guys, landing system is on. 10,000, should add our constraints on, but we'll get them on there now. Now what we're going to do guys, we're going to come right in here. Direct. Then we're going to make our right turn. Salt Lake City, Delta 318 heavy, right base for runway 16 left. We'll continue right to final. Alright, speed's going to start coming back. Speed check. Flaps 2. Once we continue this turn, I'll go ahead and arm the localizer. Sorry, it's the way I'm sitting here. Sometimes it goes into the seat. I don't like that, but it is what it is. Salt Lake City, Delta 318 is continuing that base turn right to final for runway 16 left, full stop. Alright. Localizer is armed. We're under the glide slope. Now we may not get the localizer until, so what we're going to do is we're going to make concessions to descend for Lagoon, which is 7,500 feet. So all we have to do now is just come here and tap that. And 7,500 feet coming in. Localizer's captured. And just enough time. Let's look and see what our mist is for altitude. Mist approach climb to 4,800. Then climb to 10,000 inbound on the FFU VOR. Got it. So I'll leave it right where it's at now. I like it. Alright guys, let's start getting that speed back down. Glide slope localizers captured. Salt Lake City traffic, Delta 318 Heavy fully established. Runway 16 left, 15 mile final. Alright. ILS approach, engine select is required, seatbelts on, approach phase, check activate, vertical path monitor, man the speed. I'm not going to be weather, blah blah blah, autopilot 1 and 2 engaged, flaps 1, TARA, FMA check, that's good. Alright, runways in sight. $2,000 feet, we'll get gear down. And that's 2,000 feet above ground level. So you can see we're here on approach. Alright folks, gears come down. Speed check, flaps 3.
2,500.
Check. And let's bring that speed. We're not going to push it in because it would give us the FMC speed. We're going to go about 147 here. Flaps full. Landing gear is down and confirm. Got 3 green. Flaps full.
2,000.
Check. Salt Lake City traffic. Delta 318 Heavy 8 mile final. Runway 16 left. Full stop. Alright guys, something goes wrong. We definitely got that out. Captain's check. Landing checklist complete. Autopilot off. Maya controls. Salt Lake City traffic, Delta 318 Heavy, 5 mile final, runway 16 left, full stop.
$500.
Check.
$400.
Check.
$300.
Check.
100 above. 200.
Check.
Minimum.
Continue.
100.
Check.
50. 40. 30. 20. Retard.
A little bit of a long landing. That's okay.
10. 5.
Speed is bleeding. Reverse free. Gotta roll it out. Braking is disarm. And welcome to Salt Lake City, guys. Starting APU.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Salt Lake City. The local time is 9:18 a.m. and it's currently about 40 degrees Fahrenheit. You can now use your mobile devices. Please remain seated until the aircraft has come to a complete stop and the seatbelt sign is turned off. Remember to use caution when opening the overhead bins, as items may have been shifted during the flight. We thank you for flying with us, and we hope to see you again soon.
Flaps are coming up. Salt Lake City traffic. Delta 318 clear of runway 16 left, Hotel 3, hotel to the ramp for Salt Lake City traffic. Let's get that taxi light on. We can come off. The strobe is off. Flaps are up. Terrain off on the ND. So welcome to Salt Lake City. Stop that time. Hour and 29 minutes, kind of right on time. Let's get that runway camera on. Got to get a button map for that. All right. MCP altitude can come back up to 10,000. Strains off. APU's rocking. That'll be too close there, so we'll need to make this taxiway here. Our wingspan. So we'll take like D5, probably not suited for this aircraft, but that's what we're doing. Because with X-Plane, I gotta figure out which gates are open. I never know because I like to have the static aircraft on. Yeah, wingspan looks like it'll be an issue here, but here it looks like we'll be good. And we might actually be good with this D7. Let's make concessions here for D7 here. All right. Parking brake. TCAS. Flight attendants prepare for arrival. Cross check. And welcome to Salt Lake City, my friends. All right, let us go ahead and get rid of that. And we can run the replay. Kind of wait for this to move here. All right. Let's get right into this thing. All right, we made it, X-Plane. So I really think those flight factors is one thing to consider. Not a bad landing. We'll go back too and try to see what Pack X says. All right, let's pause that. There we go. Now we can come over here and see exactly what our negative 232. Not bad. Not bad. I am definitely not the best at landing this plane. These Airbuses are always something that I have to practice on. Left stick, you know, Boeing, I'm down and dirty with it. But yeah, so great. Planned arrival 4:13, actual arrival, so 4 minutes off-ish. So not bad. Not bad. Satisfaction 93%. We'll take it. Let's discard that. All right. All right, guys. And let's be right in here so we can reload X-Plane. And get ready for the next run. Alright, you guys. Here we are back again. Same gate, Delta 7. Excuse me. First and foremost, let's pre-plan the pushback. This one, this better pushback, I don't like to do too much turning with this. So this big old airplane, I'm just going to come straight back.
Ground to cockpit, plan acknowledged. Call me through the menu when you are ready.
Alright, roger that. So we got position lights on, that looks good. All right, here we go. All right, continued service, charter service. Now, we'll see if this next leg lets us do the whole thing. Passengers, charter passengers on this leg is going to be 300. Cost index, I think I put my favorite 75. That's what I like to fly at. And cruising altitude is 39,000 feet. So to get back up in the air, we're going to do a lot of quick things here. Okay. We need 71.5 on the fuel. Alright, 301, we'll just throw a couple extra. I can't get it right, I hate that. Only 5,000 pounds of cargo. 26, 8, 3, 4. C2. And we'll leave it there. Alright, 71,000 pounds of fuel is what we need. $71.5. Okay. I'm gonna go right to 72.4. How about that? All right, boom. Everything's in constraints. All right, that's all loaded up. Double check it here. Yep, 72.4. Boom. All right. Actually, let's go back to init. Let's go back here and just get rid of this part. I always do it. I always close it when I need to keep it open. 4795. Could round up, but we won't. 24.3. Alright, I'm just gonna roll right along these. Alright. Alright, after GLD, we're doing HYS, bunch of VORs. Alright, HYS, KK51C. Charlie. Alright. I really need to watch some videos how to get this stuff to where it'll import the flight plan. But in the meantime, we keep our skills up, so it's no worries there. Okay, we got Memphis. All right. Doing good here, guys. And of course, we'll have to see what the weather's doing there. Alright, so we're going to do Jerry. So let's look here. ILS 26 left. The last fix is hit. Oh, Yuri, I'm sorry. Pearl, Dens. Two 6 left. Kiwi. So then actually we can go to, oh, I'm sorry, we're coming here, Yuri. And then we can go up to Jury. Alright, let's 2-6 left. Now we will, this runway should definitely be long enough for a flaps 2 departure. Let's see if we get a flex temp this time. I don't know why that's always out of range, so we're just going to do another toga. So I gotta figure out what's going on with that. Packs off, 49, 49, 56. Alright, 39,000 feet. That looks good. Alright. Let's put in our last squat code, which was... Let's make sure we're logged on first of all. See if we get a... There we go. 4155. Alright, 4155, no ATC here, that's in, bada bing, bada boom. Alright, same thing. Let's get fuel pumps turned on. APU starting. So we're gonna make our right
Ladies and
turn.
Gentlemen, welcome aboard. This is your flight attendant speaking. At this time, please be sure to make sure all large carry-on items are in the
takeoff
overhead bin,
performance.
and your small items are underneath in front of you.
Let's just double
If you
check
have
that.
any trouble or need any assistance, please don't hesitate to let a flight attendant know, and he would be happy to help you. If the overhead bin is full, please make sure you close it as a courtesy to other passengers. Please double check that all your items are put away so that the aisle is clear and other passengers can make their way to their seats. If you're in an emergency exit row, please read the exit seating responsibilities in the card in the seat back in front of you. If you're not able to comply with these actions, please let a flight attendant know so that way you can be reseated. Feel free to use your cell phones during the rest of the boarding process, but we do ask that laptops, tablets, and any other larger electronic devices are stored once you depart from the gate. Thank you, and welcome aboard.
Altimeter 3028. Runway dry, anti-ice off. Boom. We're gonna flex. No, we're going to do toga. Flaps 2. Air conditioning on. What was our center of gravity? Was it 0 fuel weight center of gravity? I think we're good there. This is just flying CG. Let's see what we got. V1 133 between 150. V rotate, so 50, 50, 56. Up 2.9. Yep, see center of gravity 27.7, so that's good. And up 2.9. Do punto nueve. Okay, there we go. Bada bing, bada boom. Let's see if it takes it after we put all that data in there. It's gonna say out of range. Yeah, I don't know why it's a format error. Is it supposed to be 065? Yeah. I think that's a glitch, man. Alright, we're going to be going direct, Bubby. There's that. Bada bing, bada boom. And CTAF is right there, so we're looking good.
Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
We'll see what we can do. No promises.
Okay, tug is coming.
Okay, all doors and hatches
doing my
are
quick
closed.
scan. Not
Ready
doing a
to
whole lot of
connect.
talking since we can get out of here. So we got some flying to do today, my G's. All right. Excuse me. check you guys out. Alright, everybody's calm on the scene. Okay, aircraft's getting lifted up.
So connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Alright, we're just going to back it up. Back X will get it together. Alright.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
Bleeds are on. Starting one.
We're on your time now. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome aboard Flight 318, with service to Atlanta. Our flight time will be roughly 2 hours and 58 minutes. Now that the cabin door is closed, please make sure that all devices are in airplane mode and your large devices are now shut down and stowed. Please fasten your seatbelt and make sure that all tray tables and seat backs are in a full upright and locked position for departure. Cabin crew, secure doors for departure. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention
now that we can actually see that bad boy's coming up nicely.
When the seatbelt light is fastened, please make sure that your seatbelts are fastened low and tight across your lap. To fasten, insert the metal fittings into one another and tighten by pulling on the loose end of the strap. To release your seatbelt, lift the upper portion of the buckle. We suggest that you keep the seatbelt fastened throughout the entire flight as we may experience unexpected turbulence. Please take a few moments to now locate one of the several emergency exits on this aircraft. In some cases, your nearest exit may be behind you. In case of an emergency and we need to evacuate the aircraft, there is lighting on the floor that will guide you towards the exit. In the event of a loss of cabin pressure, an oxygen mask will drop in front of you. Start the flow of oxygen, pull the mask towards you, and place it firmly over your nose.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
If necessary. And don't worry if the bag doesn't inflate. Oxygen
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Normally. If you're traveling with children, now's the time to pick your favorite one. But secure your mask and then assist others. Keep your mask on until a member of the crew advises you it's safe to remove it. In the unlikely event of a water landing, a life vest is located in a pouch under your seat or between the armrests. When instructed to do so, open the plastic pouch and remove the vest. Flip it over your head. Wrap the straps around your waist and buckle at the front. Pull the strap to tighten. To inflate the vest, pull firmly on the red cord only when exiting the aircraft. If your life vest does not inflate automatically, blow into the mouthpieces for manual inflation. Each vest is equipped with a whistle and light. If necessary, your seat cushion can be used as a secondary flotation device. Pull the cushion from the seat, put your arms into the straps, and hug the cushion to your chest. Please securely stow all personal items.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal will be on the left. We'll see you next time. Have a safe flight.
We remind you that this is a non-smoking flight, and that includes vaping. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the smoke detectors located in the lavatories is strictly prohibited by law. All of this information and more can be found in the safety card located in the seat back in front of you. We suggest reading this and letting a cabin member know if you have any questions. Thank you for flying with us again, and we hope you enjoy your flight.
Just waiting for that last engine to get unboxed. We'll do our flight controls check. We already have 2.9 up. Okay, ignition can come to normal. Flight control full up. Pull down. Aileron left. Aileron right. Neutral. Rudder right. Rudder left. Salt Lake City traffic, Delta 318 Heavy, pushback stand, Delta 7 will be taxiing for runway 16 left via hotel for departure on the Rudder 2 out to the east for Salt Lake City. Alright guys, we're off. Okay, we'll do some checks here.
Cabin is secure.
Taxiway's
Ready
clear.
for departure.
Check. Takeoff configuration is normal. So we're going to make our right turn and we'll go to Buxby. We've already got our direct set up there. So we'll fly runway heading to start with. Then we'll start a nice right turn. Make our left turn on hotel here. Altimeter is 3028. HD stopping in with the like. What's up, HD, man? Good to see you, my G. Good to see you. You streaming today, HD? I'm sure you are. Alright, checks. Trim set. Trims are set. MCP altitude is set for target altitude. Flight directors on all Altimeters are synced up 3028. TARA's on. Auto spoilers are set. Rejected takeoff for the auto brakes are set. And we're heading down for the base of runway 16 left for departure to Atlanta. Okay, yeah, roger that, my G. I knew you were. Salt Lake City traffic, Delta 318 heavy on hotel, entering runway 16 left for immediate departure out on the Rugged 3, transition to Bugsby, and then all the way out to the east-southeast Salt Lake.
And Salt Lake City traffic, Option 6048, the Challenger 650 got up 280, approaching to the southeast on the pits, one arrival. We'll make another call when we're on the downwind leg. We're expecting the ILS approach 17, we're going to be crossing.
AP is off. Takeoff power set. Airspeed's alive, 80 knots. Looking for 156 for V1 and rotate. V1. Positive right. Gear up. Salt Lake City traffic, Delta 318 heavy is clear of runway 16 left, climbing on runway heading, and then we'll be direct bubbly for the Rugged 3 departure for Salt Lake. Okay, that's the outer marker that you hear. Climb power. Okay guys, we're going to go off to the right. Making our right turn.
Salt Lake City traffic up to 1648, it's approximately 45 nautical miles southwest of the field, coming out of 220 for Salt Lake.
Flaps 1, speed check. Okay, we're at 10,000 feet. Speed check, flaps up. Autopilot's handed over in the turn perfectly. Wing light off. Landing off. Runway turn off. And we got strobe on, beacon on, of course, nav on. Everything else off. I gotta get a button for that. Okay, that's all set. And projected takeoff is off. Let's get our terrain off here. And guys, we've departed out of the Salt Lake City area. Which, if you come here, look, here's the runway here. Let's see if we see this guy coming in.
Gentlemen, we are now passing through 10,000 feet. So now turn on your larger portable electronic devices. As a reminder, please keep your seatbelt fastened while you are seated and do not congregate in the galley or near the lavatory. This aircraft is equipped with onboard Wi-Fi. If you wish to connect to the Wi-Fi, you'll be directed to a page to a small key for internet access. We do offer complimentary in-flight communication to our partners. To connect to the Wi-Fi, you'll be able to access our wide range of free live communication libraries.
And there's that Salt Lake, y'all.
And Salt Lake City traffic up jet 6048. We are on the downwind leg. Now approaching from the south side, or yeah, the south side for Salt Lake City traffic.
Okay, so we are we're monitoring Unicom already. 15,000. We're just waiting for transition, and then we're out of here, y'all. Alright, standard across the board. Alright, just running our flows here. Everything's good. Ignition's in normal. The speed brake, auto speed brake is disarmed. The auto brakes are disarmed as well. Let's go ahead and check ECAM messages. Everything is normal. And we are good to go. Engines are performing normally. Still got 62,160 pounds of fuel. And we are on the rugged 3. Booyah. So I hope you guys enjoyed that departure. Hopefully X-Plane plays nice here today. For all of our travels. All right, y'all, we did it. And let's get some tunes, and I gotta hit the restroom. Eyes are floating. All right, y'all. Be back with you shortly. Enjoy the rest of the departure, man.
roughly a 8 nautical mile final now, runway 16 left. Salt Lake. Lake City traffic, up to 6048, short final 16 left. Salt Lake City traffic, Delta 6441, zipping a right downwind for runway 2, so was it, we at 16 right? Salt Lake City traffic, up to 6048 to the Challenger 650, short final now, 16 left, Salt Lake. Traffic up jet 6048, indicating runway 16 left at Quebec, crossing runway 14 and to the gates, or to the ramp for Salt Lake.
see what we got crack-a-lackin' here, man. We're at 39,000 feet, getting ready to cross Purdy. So now we'll keep these things maxed out. "18 minutes into the flight," and I will be out of the flight deck quite a bit on this one because there's no need. Got some eggs in my near future. We can actually probably keep these. I like to keep this a little bit closer in case you're seeing any aircraft. Got an idea where they're at. Alright, top of descent, 1,205 miles. It'll be 2000 UTC, so you can see that's just about 2 hours and
Salt Lake traffic, Delta 81 heavy, Boeing 777.
2-3 hours
10 miles
until we start our
inbound
descent there.
ILS, inbound for the ILS.
We still have it tuned in to the other guys there just to hear the activity. They got like a big group flight going into there. Yeah, so 2.5 hours till our descent. And let's also check our fuel prediction. 20,400 pounds of fuel for our fuel prediction there. Huntsville, Alabama is the alternate given to us by SimBrief. So again, I always like to go in and just check them out and see is that even realistic, because I often at times do have some problems in the simulator where I actually have to do divert. 12,000 and 10,000. We're going to take this runway here because we don't know how close anything is in there.
It's on the left downwind, 416 left. Salt Lake City.
And let's look what approaches they have. So plenty of precision approaches. You got a southern landing, a northern landing. And that's pretty much it. There's parallel runways.
Salt Lake City traffic, 5 miles from Lagoon.
So I like it.
Ready to turn at final for runway 16 left.
I like it. Hey baby, good to see you, mama. I see you just texting right here. Good to see you, baby. Love you. Hope your day at work is going good. We've just been over here flying for quite some time. Yes, ma'am. So, as I gave my baby a shout out earlier today, said she was at work. She's on a break, checking in, so there we go. It's hard to see, but here we are. Retired is in the house, man. Good to see you, Retired. I didn't even see you there. Thank you for checking in, Retired, man. Hope you're doing well today, my G. Hope you are doing well, my G. And lovely wife says, love you more.
18-mile final runway 16 right.
Now that we got some beautiful scenery here, guys.
Final for 16 left.
Yes, so I hope the rest of your shift goes good, honey. It's your Friday.
Solid traffic Delta 81 heavy is turning base 16 left. Delta, solid traffic Delta 1710 is turning base 16 left. We'll follow behind the company traffic.
Yeah, baby, it's your Friday, baby. Yes, time to hang out. Time to chill, baby. All right, enough of those flybys, man. You guys like my career path? Last night I was a crash pilot. I accidentally hit wings in DCS simulator with my boy yesterday. But happens here and there, flying close formation, looking down in the cockpit. But so yesterday I was a crash pilot. Today I'm a commercial airlines pilot. That's how we do it, baby. Retired says, doing okay, Dre. Thanks for asking. Hope you're doing well. Hey, it's always a blessing that I can still be here doing this with you guys, even to wake up today. So, of course, my fellow veteran, man, thank you for asking. And I am doing well, blessed, and highly favored. Just enjoying the day here. So, again, guys, for those of you that weren't here for the cruise briefing, we'll be cruising in the air here. We've got
traffic Delta 1710 is up 10 miles.
so I'm flying real time, guys. So there's a Zulu time, or UTC at 1733. We'll be descending at 200. So basically 8 p.m. Zulu Greenwich time, which is 2000. So literally we've got 2 hours 26 minutes until our top of descent. We can confirm that right here. UTC 2000, 1147. Here, let's get a closer look. See, we got 1,146 miles to go. This is when we will start our descent into the Atlanta area. Of course, we're anticipating that the winds could change. We'll take a look at the trend, the weather trend, and what it's been doing. Is it staying landing west, landing east? But Atlanta is known to land the winds to shift. You know what I mean? The winds do shift there, so. Get you guys that little view for now. It's like a reflection from the tablet. They've come a long way with making sure this thing is high fidelity simulators by adding, what is it called? The reflections, shadows, 3D volumetric clouds and all that stuff. So the simulators are really coming alive. I was literally just watching a Minecraft, a YouTuber used Minecraft, and they made like this horror story. My kids were watching it. But I was telling them from back in the day where I came from. See you later, baby. Thank you, honey. Love you. Good rest of your shift. That the Minecraft graphics were basically the best we had back then. Very pixely, very blocky, very chunky. And to see where the graphics have come from now, and I was telling my kids that that's why I can't even mess with Minecraft. It's giving me like flashbacks of being back, playing in television, Atari, with the old Lego man looking guys. Man, I can't do it. But I could see the appeal for the younger generation doing something like that, playing Minecraft, even though, because they're not going to be so concerned with the graphics looking like that, because they pretty much have graphics looking like this, you know, or way better than what we had back in the early 80s, man. You guys can we literally just missed that rush in Salt Lake City. Like, we took off just in time. I looked on the scope and there's a bunch of planes. They must have been doing a group flight. Maybe they're with and it was all Delta Airlines, so maybe like Delta Virtual or one of those virtual airlines is doing something, or a couple of homies got together and they said, hey man, let's get everybody together and fly like we usually do. So there you are. So if everything works today, we're going to land in Atlanta. Then we're going to take Atlanta to Princess Juliana. Amen, retired. Amen. Yes. You know, my G.
Select traffic, Delta 7810, clear of 16 left.
Oh.
Salt Lake traffic, Delta 81 Heavy, 5 mile file, Salt Lake traffic. 16 left, Salt Lake traffic.
And we are doing good, guys.
Salt Lake traffic, Delta 7912, turning base, runway 16 right, doing the RNAV Yankee approach.
Okay. 7525, just turn final, 18 mile final for runway 16 right, Salt Lake.
There we go. Oh, too much time to make some eggs. I'm hungry, baby. So yeah, so far we're doing good, you guys. Just cruising right along here.
Salt Lake traffic, Delta 81 Heavy is cleared of runway 16 left, Salt Lake traffic, taxi to gate.
All right. We are making best speed. Oh, that was something I wanted to check here. Let's check the scope, see where I'm at.
Salt Lake traffic, Delta 7912, 15 mile final, runway 16, Salt Lake.
Excuse me. Is that reflection thing still over here? Yeah, it is. So it's this reflection I'm trying not to have you guys see. Alright, y'all. Time to make some eggs. I'll be here checking in with y'all, man. Thanks for riding along with your boy in the house. Alright everybody, just checking back in. I wasn't completely out of the loop the whole way. I was actually talking to my G's, Captain Will. So big up to you, Captain Will. Green Light and Leo Sticks 86. We were on the phone for easily 40 minutes talking there. So, big up to those boys in the BFM. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Enjoyed a little conversation with the homies, discussing some Flight Sim Expo topics, of course. So big up to those boys, and thanks guys for riding along. These flights are long. There's not much to do in the intermediate, so yeah, there's a lot of out of cockpit time. Let's get a health report of the aircraft, of course. We're gonna come right down here and just check, make sure Delta P is looking good. All the pressurization, cabin altitude is already in there. Confirming landing elevation is at 1,020 feet, which is the elevation of Atlanta Hartsville. Still on board, 35,360 pounds of fuel. That's still giving us 22,600 pounds. Don't forget our alternate is Huntsville, Alabama, with two very parallel good length runways with good approaches on there. So 1950 UTC, we cut out about 10 minutes. We've got less than an hour until we hit our top and drop. And so we're just gonna get some weather updates before we do that. All right, so let's I'm gonna check my, I have a digital ATIS website that I go to, ATIS.info. This usually so it's saying basically 26 right. Simultaneous approaches 26 right, 27 left. And I believe we're set up for yeah, we're set up for 26 left.
Starting our in-flight service. We'll be serving complimentary drinks and snacks. Please look in your feedback for a list of complimentary drinks. Premium drinks are available for a small charge. If you wish to make an additional purchase, we only accept credit cards.
And we could easily set up for 26 right. So Chicago Center's on, Cleveland Center, Indiana Center's on. Nothing that will impact us, of course. Alright. CTAF is a 19.1. Let's change that quick. And 250. 9 gusting 19. Now, being it as that we're heavy, yeah, so we probably will, let's look and see what we got here. I mean, we're still way far out. 26 left, 2509, okay. That's it. Altimeter is 3007. Dry off, landing full. No. Not with those winds gusting. Let's say 3, air conditioning on. So, still plenty of room. Approach speed flaps 3 would be 149. That would decrease. And look, that's, you know, 8 head with a 4 cross. Now, keep in mind that's going to be gusting. And that's why we're doing flaps 3 versus flaps 4. Because of the winds. So I like it. I like the flaps 3 landing. It still leaves us a margin of about 4,000 feet. So with the gusty landing with this I'm going to be coming in on 26 left. Gives you more of a margin for error. Which, as a heavy, we appreciate the longer runways. Okay. Oh, excuse me. Go look back at that drop time there. 1950. Yeah, so we've essentially got, let's see, about 38 minutes until we start our drop here. So I will be back with you guys shortly here, so that I'll be fully prepared to get into this wonderful, wonderful situation of approach. All right, check you guys soon. All right, back in action. Let us take a look at our TOD. 40 miles, perfectly planned. So that is good. Let's get one more. Boom. Alright. Let's come back in here and just recheck. Okay, we got winds 250 at 9. Okay. $2,509, still what we put in last time, 3007. Bada bing, bada boom, everything stays the same. And we are going to be no ATIS. I'm surprised center hasn't come on yet. Let's check our, well, first of all, let's check our Navi tab here. And we are here, Yuri, so Pearly. That's not for us. Let's see, Glavin. If we're landing west, we can expect 14,000. Which we are landing west. Let's see what altitudes it has us. Glavin 317,223. Glavin, we should be 250 at 14. So that changes top of descent to 16 miles. And then Staithorn. Yep, Hog. Okay. Okay, we're gonna start our descent here shortly.
From the entire flight crew, we once again thank you for traveling with us. We will begin our descent shortly and would like to remind you to place your seats in the upright position, stow your tray tables, and surrender any trash to the flight attendants as they prepare the cabin for arrival. We would also like to remind you that your viewership is highly valuable to us and always appreciated. If you would like to increase your support of the channel, a donation link can be found in the video description, along with other ways to stay connected with the Dre Sanchez YouTube channel and this airline. We hope your flight has been pleasant and look forward to seeing you all for your future travel needs. See you on the ground.
Gavin, Strayhorn, and then Hog, and then it should be Eagle. Oh, but they've got Rain. So Kiwi. Alright, so we're making concessions there. The winds are gusting, so we are going to plan auto brake 3. Transition, we'll get the terrain radar on. Unicom, Delta 318 Heavy Airbus, A340-600, now descending on Glavin 1, currently 9 miles to Glavin at flight level 247, we'll be expecting runway 26 left, transition, full stop, Atlanta. Okay, auto brakes are armed. QNH is 3007. £25,000 of fuel, which is good. Okay, next left turn will put us on the downwind, the right downwind, runway 26 left. Okay, both Jury and Boykin are 5,000. ILS 26 left. Let's go to our nav page. IBRU 107, final course 275. 275, 1087. 1087, that's good to go. Next phase, altimeter's 3. Decimal 07. Winds are 250.9. Decision heights 1280. And it is, let's make sure that is correct. Yeah, 21 degrees Celsius. So the GPWS, I took it off flap mode so that we don't get a bunch of alarms because we're landing at flaps 3. Princess. We'll keep 250 up for now. And if we come first officer side, we'll be able to see the field right here. Landing 26 left. Landing lights are coming on. Alright, we'll keep nose and taxi off till final. Close gear down. Flap modes off and confirm.
We have begun our final descent into Atlanta. Flight attendants will be passing through the cabin to collect any trash one final time. Please ensure tray tables are stowed and seats are in the full upright position. Please also store any carry-on items either in the seat back pocket or under the seat in front of you. Please complete all Wi-Fi related tasks and stow any larger electronics.
Line of traffic, Delta 318 Heavy, Airbus A340-600 now, right downwind runway 26 left, overhead swept on the Gavin 1 departure, transitioning at Girat for full stop runway 26 left.
Hey, Delta 318, Delta 318, which A340 you flying, and what sim, if you don't mind?
I'm flying Toliss A340 and X-plane, however I do also Microsoft 2024 as well. But currently I'm in X-plane. So final approach speed is going to be 149. So pretty close this time. So because Atlanta's very busy, I want to give people plenty of time to do what they got to do. We're going to go ahead and fly our downwind as we should. Which definitely helps us. Okay, let's start bringing that speed back to 210. So we'll come here, about where my hand is, and the mouse, and return. Okay, you can kind of see that speed bleeding off nicely. Let's prepare for our... Let's come on this other side and get rid of this armrest. There we go. And we'll be going direct to Jerry. We'll just wait. Okay, there's Jerry. Well, I'm going to have the turn come up a little bit more, so that's what I like about the Airbus. It's going to extend this dotted line until I'm ready to activate. Speed check, flaps 1. And insert. Atlanta traffic, Delta 318 Heavy, right base. Runway 26 left at Jerry, we'll call right to final for Atlanta.
Land traffic, Delta 204 Heavy on the heading is 082, holding 10,000. We'll be turning right base to line up behind the inbound A340 on final. Land traffic.
Alright guys, so here's what we're going to do. And Atlanta traffic, Delta 318 A340 now turning right to final. We'll keep a speed up of 210 until a 10-mile final, and we'll be back to approach speed then for spacing for incoming traffic. Atlanta. And speed check. Flaps 2. I want to bring that nose down a little bit. As you can see, it's doing that nicely. And the reason I want to stay here, I want to stay very cautiously at my speed, but able to reduce it once we catch that glide. Here's another aircraft here. And let's just let that turn come. We want to be 30 degrees less, 10, 20, we're cool. Let's arm the localizer. Localizer's capturing. Approach mode, Cat 3 single, auto land if we needed to. We would change our minimums and check the different chart there.
My traffic Delta 204 Heavy 10,000 direct to Cello to join the final approach fix. Land traffic.
Line of traffic Delta 318 Heavy now established ILS runway 26 left for 19 miles. We'll call 10-mile final and reduce the final approach speed for Atlanta traffic. Final approach speed is going to be 149. I mean, technically we were not fully established yet until we catch the glide slope, but we're below it. We will catch it. So we're already at 5,000. So technically we are established, although we are not on the glide. So, but technically we're established once these two things are activated and the glide slope becomes activated. Let's prepare our speed, guys. Let's go ahead and double check that. Speed brakes are armed. Auto brakes are armed. 15-mile final. Let's get the first officer together as well. And finally, guys, don't forget, missed approach, climb to 15, right turn to 4,900 to 290 to the RMG VOR. And just verify that. So we're holding at Dallas. And we're supposed to hold at Dallas. There we go.
Traffic.
Oh, that's dope.
Atlanta traffic, good afternoon. United
Parallel, that is cool.
50 nautical miles northeast of Hartsfield.
He's probably on 27 left.
300 descending, planning ILS runway.
That's dope.
Right,
look at that.
Atlanta.
That is so cool. Okay, he's banking left a little bit. Okay, guys, we're going to go down to approach speed now. Landing gear's coming down. Atlanta traffic, Delta 318 Heavy, established on ILS 26 left, 10 mile final, full stop, Atlanta. Flaps 3.
$2,500.
Check. And we're just going to pick any gate in there because we're a charter flight. And we're only landing flaps 3 because of the wind. Right now, winds, we're getting a little bit of a cross, so it's not too bad, but that's what we're doing. Gear is down, 3 green. The auto brakes, speed brake is armed. And the auto spoilers are armed. Six-mile final, we're fully established. Speed's looking good. 26 lefts in sight. There's the taxiway. We'll be exiting stage left. Now, finally, and look at that. There's totally our, that is so awesome right there, man, to see that. Parallel approach is dope. All right, enough of that madness, guys. It's time to go to work. Okay, guys. My aircraft. Let's get her home, guys. This is probably going to be our last stop.
1,000.
I think I'm pretty good with this test so far. Next flight, we'll do something out to Princess Juliana next time I do X-Plane. See what we get there. Reduce that speed 147. I feel like we were moving a little fast there. Alright, let's line up for center line here.
500.
Check.
100 above.
Check.
400.
Get that speed right back to where it needs to be. Check.
Minimum.
Continue.
200.
Attack traffic, Delta 204 will be maintaining 170 knots till AJ. Establish on the localizer, 26 right. 10 mile final.
Retard. 10. 5.
Alright, a little bit long. She was a little floaty because of those winds, but we handled that, baby. Speed is reducing. Reverse free. Auto brake is off. And we're going to roll it out to the next one, you guys. Alright, toe brakes.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Atlanta. The local time is 3:13
Flaps are
p.m.
coming up.
And it's currently about 69 degrees Fahrenheit. You can now use
Hey,
the
appreciate it,
mobile
my
device.
G.
Please remain seated until the aircraft has come to a complete stop and the
Flaps are
seatbelt
coming
sign
up.
is turned off. Remember to use caution when opening the overhead bins as items may have shifted during the flight. We thank you for flying with us.
Atlanta traffic, Delta 318 heavy, vacated runway 26 left on Echo 3 to the ramp for Atlanta traffic. Alright, let's slow our roll here a little bit. We're going to finish cleaning up.
Clear 27 left, cross 27 right to the right.
Taxi on. Wind
Atlanta
off.
traffic, United 471, we're 30 miles northeast.
And we're going to go down this concourse and see what we can find.
Hurricanes for the ILS runway 26 right approach Atlanta.
Atlanta traffic, JetBlue 1399. We're currently level 8000, just about 29 miles southeast of Atlanta. We're going to be inbound ILS 27 left approach, Atlanta traffic.
Alright, MCP altitude goes back to 10. And let's look for us a spot here. Just any, we'll go down a little bit.
Atlanta traffic, Delta 204 heavy, short final 26 right, Atlanta.
That's right, Captain Willie. He said where the players play. You silly dude. Show. Okay, I like this. These stands over here. We're gonna just take B-21. That is good enough for me, my G's. All right. Flight attendants, prepare for cross-check and
Traffic, Delta 204 heavy, vacated runway 26 right.
disembarking. Okay. Coming off. Coming off. Booyaka, booyaka. APU bleeds. Coming off. Beacon can come off. Boom, boom, boom. Everything else looks good. Seat belts can come off. To release the passengers, you know. We're going to wait for PAC-X to give us our little music there. Let me see. Alright, let's get rid of that. Honestly, let's get rid of me. And let's get a little tunes. And then we'll get ready for the replay. Alright, let's see what we got on this landing. Last one was 2 something. This one probably kind of felt the same. Ooh, look at that, y'all. Negative 164 in the house. Bada bing, bada boom, sir. Actual arrival 812, planned arrival 820. So we got in here early, even though these aren't the, you know, times or whatever the case may be. But either way, we got there on time, man. Look at that, 164. We're proud of that.
05. We're going to join Echo and Delta to the ramp.
Let's get rid of them. Who knows, maybe we'll go back and see what they're talking about here in a little bit. In the meantime, let's toggle this replay mode, my G's, because I think we're going to be wrapping it up soon. All right.
above. 500.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
You know what? X-Plane, you're making me proud today, my G. X-Plane is making me proud today, Fambamaruskis. Them winds probably could have held that nose up a little higher for a little bit longer. Let's run that back before we get a nice little wing replay. I got to get a tower view again, man. You know what I'm saying? You the must. All right, let's do a wing, y'all. And then we are out for a 6-hour stream. And I honestly will try to download the new Flight Factor 757 and 767. Apparently there was an update today, so we'll see, you know, how that works out. Hopefully I can fly those bad boys. So I want to say thanks to everybody for riding on along today. Of course, first and foremost, always thanks, capital G, capital O, capital D. Thank you, dear Lord. And also to my lovely wife who was at work checking in, and the kids, of course, who've been chilling in the background. Appreciate each and every one of you for riding along. It was good to talk to you today, Green, Leo, and Captain Will. Ship the box, Green Light, Leo, Element, HD, Retired, my lovely wife, Daisy, and Captain Will. Thank you guys for checking in the chat. It's a Saturday. I know people are doing a lot of stuff today, so anytime you take out of your day to spend it with me, whether it's in the live or the post, 100% appreciated. I'm your boy Dre, and I'm GONE. Take care.
crazy.